Battle station, everyone. Battle station, and we are off. We've got 3 bosses. All right, let's see how this will go. One's down. I don't believe we have number advantages. Wait. Yeah, I think we are gonna be in trouble. Against us. Yep, I think we're about to be done. We have been defeated. We had Kenny Balbal, Vamodale Corp, suddenly Papyrus, 20 kilo, Vicar of Pizza. Thank you for the assistance. Let's try this again. Alrighty. And we will see how this turns out in about half an hour. Alright, and I need to do some checks in here. And good morning, everyone. Good morning and welcome to Tuesday, second day of the work week for those of us who work under that schedule. I hope that you have had a good start to the week, that you are energized for the rest of it. Hey Huntress, welcome to the stream. How are you doing today? Yeah, very little to say about mine. My morning was busy, but it is becoming standard on Tuesday. I currently have more read and corrects that I can fit in this morning block, so I have to do one of them off screen, which comes in the morning, which takes well, it doesn't take away because that's what the morning is for. I just can't seem to adapt to it. Like I always end up feeling like I haven't had time to do everything I need to do, even though I do everything I need to do. But yeah, so yeah, things are good. I'm doing all right, Huntress. Setting up units in other captains' battle. There was a second thing I wanted to put in the suggestion box, but I forgot what it was. I'm very much in the moment, so dealing with the issue and then coming and going, oh yeah, I need to write that out, and then not immediately doing it, tend to lead to me not doing it at all. Oh, and regarding what I was saying yesterday, or the day before about how having the captain and the viewer on the same screen is a little disruptive to me. I think that it's not so much that it's disruptive, is that I'm not used to it yet. I'm very much pattern based, so the transition period while I adapt to a new way of doing things feels disruptive, because I constantly have to go, I reflexively want to go do this, and this, and then I do this, and that's not there. And my mind has to go, where is it? Like, why can I not do this? And and over time I get used to the new method, and it ends up feeling, natural. So, my instant reaction should probably not be, oh, I know what I wanted to add. I wanted to add the fact, you know what, let me write it up. Or let me check if it's been noted. Active. Captain info, hide offline. Okay, there we go. Somebody has already mentioned it, hiding the offline captains. Yeah. Yeah, this is very... Okay, it's in the plans. Okay, good. Yeah. No, I mean, I kind of figured, because it very much feels like that's not something I will be alone in finding a little disruptive. So, but yeah, that's the other one. Especially where the reason I was going to mention, if nobody else had, is that it makes favoring captains kind of useless. Because if I fav 20 captains and I can't at a glance tell who's actually playing, why am I, while the numbers of favs are low, it's not that big of a deal. But once, well, the thing is, being sorted at the top is nice when you can only place in a few battles. But the Riftopia system, I mean, as I've mentioned, like I mentioned in my comment about knowing in which battle we've placed, is that because we can place in quotes, an infinite number of battle, it's very easy to lose track. So, so if I then have to start going down through everything just to see who's online, and I can't tell where it ends, it's still time I need to spend. Like I said, somebody's mentioned it, so it's being looked into and, worked on and all that kind of stuff. So it will happen. It's just that, it was that thing that I kept going, I need to mention that, and I kept forgetting. Oh, yeah, this is a play test. I was not expecting an outright finished game here. Alrighty, so for those who are new to this, let me check something. I need to check something real quick. All right, for those who are new to this, Tuesdays are when I do my read and corrects. This is when I read chapters from my books and correct them as I go. Because I record these while I am doing them, I will be ignoring the chat. Anything said will be handled after the fact, and should a read and correct run long, the Riftopia battle will be delayed until I'm done. So, to minimize the chances of that happening, I will start now by confirming the microphone is on, turning off desktop audio. I will confirm I'm on the correct screen. I have the correct image up. I am starting now, and I will see you all on the other side. Welcome back to another reading and correcting with me, Kindar, the Tiger Writes, and I, the Tiger Supervisor. These are where I read a chapter from one of my stories and correct it as I go. If you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. And if you are looking to support me, that is on my Patreon. Today we are doing chapter 20 of The Technician's Fight. So yeah, this is my note to myself that second draft things are going to be shifted around. And then me and Scar had sex, Jeremy told Leah, who nodded to acknowledge the statement. Bafflement was no longer his initial reaction to the acceptance of to the extent he had sex with someone other than Growl. Your heart, she said, as if she knew he popped in his head, mentioned you haven't cooked dinner for the two of you recently. He shrugged, pushing the image down. I've been busy. Considering she was a mentalist, she probably didn't have to say anything for her to know why it kept so busy. I can't offer advice on unvoiced statement, Jeremy. You know that. Isn't it just enough to say I don't want to? Only you spoke of how enjoyable it was to make food from scratch. What changed? He locked eyes with her. She damn well knew what had changed. She maintained eye contact without reacting. He admitted defeat with a sigh. No, he admitted he needed to deal with it instead of shoving it down each time it popped up. They, the Earthers, broke into our old apartment while I was cooking. He took a breath and continued. He'd learned she wouldn't speak until he decided he was done. I think I opened his throat on purpose. I was pissed at the whole thing, and I remember this need to teach them a lesson, to show them I wasn't someone they should be messing with. I didn't need to open his throat, to open my hand, to flex it. I could just have punched him. It's not like it would have changed anything. He tried not to see the man stagger back, hands on his neck, blood pouring through his fingers. And cooking now reminds you that you killed? He tried to work out if that was why. I guess? Do you feel it's something we hold against you? He shook his head. It's been made clear you consider just about anything I do to defend myself or a loved one acceptable. Do you hold it against yourself? I killed someone. There was no heat in the words. He didn't feel the need to be arrested for it. He didn't feel anything. You say you were angry. Do you feel you were justified in that anger? He snorted. Does it matter? Doesn't it? Wasn't killing in anger wrong? Worse than killing in cold blood? As a hunter, he was learning to restrain his emotion while in combat, but not shut them down. Bob had told him, when he'd asked about his military training, how part of it had been to compartmentalize his emotions away so he could act without doubts or regrets. Kelsarian didn't see emotions as not belonging on the battlefield, on the line, as they called it. It was maintaining control over them. The training... It was Okay, I need to rephrase that. The training emphasized maintaining control over them. The heat of the moment was an expression often used in movies. Kelsarian even had an equivalent, the roar of the heart. When emotions became so loud, they were a roar that pulled the person along. His training taught him to keep that roar under control. Or, so he'd been wrong to act in anger. But damn it, his home had been invaded. The place he should have felt safe. He should feel safe no longer did. Entering the kitchen made him feel like any moment they'd burst through the door and would take him away again. That he'd have to fight for his freedom, for his love, that he'd have to kill. His chuckle was soft. Okay, it's not a bit that I killed, or not all of it. It doesn't matter if the kitchen's different. It's still where they attacked me, where they stole me from my home. After what happened, it's normal you fear it happening again. To this level? Possibly not. It's why hunters must receive counseling after every hunt. I should have treated it as soon as I should have treated it. Okay, I should have treated it as such, as in I should have treated it as a hunt, as such, and ask you to have a session. after it happened. But you weren't broadcasting it when we hung out as friends, so I didn't realize there was a problem. That lack falls on me. The fact that I didn't act on it is on me. The kill is done. It's done. Assigning blame won't help you. Hopefully, I can help you learn from this, and if you find yourself in a similar situation again, we will both know better than to simply take for granted it will resolve naturally. He nodded. How do I deal with this? You are an engineer at heart, Jeremy. You see problems and reason your way to a solution. What is the problem? I can't set foot in the kitchen, because it reminded him of what happened. Terrified him it could happen again, that he'd have to kill. That this time he wouldn't be rescued, and he'd end up in Omar's hand, in that machine, that he'd be programmed to hate his love. One step at a time, Jeremy. Let's study the problem. How likely is it Earthers will be able to board the ship a second time? He breathed to still his thinking. What were the parameters that affected those odds? The variable. Where did they fall? He answered, and she asked another question, forcing him to think. He stepped to the island, placing trembling hands on it. The composite surface was cool. The odds of anyone he didn't invite in were Oh, wow. Man, how the hell did I miss that many words in there? The odds of anyone he didn't invite in were The odds of anyone he didn't invite coming in were infinitesimally small. The lock on the door was nothing special, but privacy was something Gelsarians took seriously. Intruders would have to burn the control panel off like they did in the hold, or trick him into opening the door like they had before. Only Earthers would try to trick him. They wouldn't be able to approach without tricking the scanners, and the crew was aware of how they did it now. Had procedures in place preventing that from happening again. They wouldn't be able to move through the ship undetected, even if they somehow boarded it. And he wore his collar at all times now, and so Gregoran would know something was wrong. They did more than allow communication. They monitored his heart rate, his breathing, and other functions that reached his neck. Leia was surprisingly knowledgeable about what a hunter's collar did. He hurried back, the knowledge he was safe, not keeping the fear he wasn't in check. His back touched his heart's chest, and arms wrapped around him, calming his trembling. Sorry, he mumbled. Shush, Gregoran whispered. This will take time. The psychologist warned you. The progress will be incremental, as you convince yourself the fear is irrational. I know it is, he said, annoyed at himself that it wasn't enough. But that isn't the same as convincing yourself of it. Gregoran nuzzled his neck. Do you want me to distract you from the feeling? Jeremy closed his eyes. Please, he moaned at the nibbling on the hand that stroked him. Okay, so I've been reading on Quercetera and the relationship, and all I'm getting from that is a headache. Next message, you have to explain how you can be in a relationship with an entire ship, and what about you wanting to go off on your own again? That array you want to get back to with an actual ship instead of the one about to blow up. Are you giving up on collecting all those movies broadcasted from ancient Earth? You aren't to approach the cell, the guard instructed him. You are not to give the prisoner anything. If you break the rules, you will be subject to ending up in the one next to the male. Jeremy wanted to comment on how that was severe, but Graal had told him how the Earthers had escaped, and this one was wilder than they would ever be. The guard unlocked the door to the section, and Jeremy entered. Finally! Zeniel exclaimed from his cell. Please tell me you're here to have some fun. I am a friend of yours, after all. You wouldn't believe how boring this place has become. No one will even look at me. He posed, presenting his naked body. What is wrong with all of them? Jeremy sat in the seat placed before it. They all had one. Prisoners in this section weren't prohibited visitors. What did you do to end up in here this time? Nothing. Jeremy rolled his eyes. Come on, Zenial. I know you better than that. He dropped on the bench, legs spread, but at least as far as Jeremy was concerned, not hard or play. But at least, as far as Jeremy was concerned, not hard or playing with himself. There was an inspection of the hold, and they found the hops I'd bought. The stuff that's extremely poisonous to Kelsarian? He shrugged. There's money to be made in anything forbidden. At least it wasn't as a result of annoying Growl this time. I think you should be happy that's all that's happened. How long are you in here for? 3 weeks. I'm not going to survive it. He smiled. You know, you do have access to someone who could lessen my stay. Be a friend and convince him to be lenient. Jeremy leaned forward. What's in it for me? Zenial stared. Are you negotiating with me? What's that thing you like to say? If I'm not going to get anything out of it, what's the point of doing it? You realize I expect you to convince him by fucking him, right? You get a lot out of that. I get that without you being involved. So you want me to speak with the captain in your favor? I'm going to need something else. Something better that only you can get me. His friend looked at him suspiciously. And you aren't referring to me getting you to orgasm. Unlike you, sex isn't a tool for me. So that's going to happen without favors attached to it. Okay, then. What do you want from me? Information. He thought about it for a while, had planned on bringing it up with his friend the next time they hung out, and figured sex would have been the price, and he was willing to pay it. But Zenial had put himself in this situation. He was the one paying for Jeremy's help. So much for his namesake, looking after him. Information on what? The Terhonians shepherding the Earthers into the Federation. Nothing good would come of that, and even if it would probably finalize after he was dead, he wanted to be prepared. That's not something I can get easily, Jeremy. Tell me you will work on it, and I'll talk to Growl about having you released early. You might not like what I find. I know I'm not going to like what you find, Zenial, but I need the information anyway. His friend nodded. I will. May my namesake abandon me if I give up the scent before it's exhausted. Jeremy stood. Then I need to get to work. He was mildly annoyed. His heart had gone into work off shift. Not that it made reaching him harder. He entered the bridge to Lux. Is he alone? He asked and received a nod. No need to tell him I'm here. I'll do that myself. He stepped to the door and tapped the intercom button. Captain, it's Technician Jeremy Bradshaw. I need to speak with you. He felt the looks and managed not to smile. He wondered what stories were going to spread with him announcing himself that way to his heart. The door opened and he entered. It closed and he started undressing. Here's what's going to happen, he said, dropping his jacket and unbuttoning his shirt. I'm going to fuck you until you can't even think. Then you are going to arrange for the quartermaster to go back to work tomorrow. Jer, what do you think you're doing? The shirt fell to the floor and he kicked off his shoes. I'm returning the favor. I'm working. The tone was more amused than annoyed. Was more amusement than annoyance, but his heart clearly hadn't anticipated this. Oh no. You used and abused me the last time I was here. He stepped out of his pants. I'm going to take advantage of you this time. So clear those files, and you might want to make sure nothing's recording in this room if you don't want anyone else to learn how high I can make you scream. Jimmy made it around the desk before Growl got over the surprise. He considered telling him it was now too late to remove the files, but they were probably important, so he let him and then pulled him out of the seat and onto the desk. Zenial had been right about this. He was going to get a lot out of this. I'll take it from here, Jimmy told the guard after she deactivated the force field, preventing Zenial from leaving the cell. He wore his hunter uniform and stood as straight as he'd seen the others manage. Kelsarian had this ability to remain standing for hours on end. If he didn't know if he could match. Here's the deal, he told his now dressed Friend, you are being released into my custody. That's the best I was able to negotiate with the captain, and trust me, I negotiated hard. That means that anything you do for the next 3 weeks will reflect on me. Any crime you commit, I will also pay for. That'll be good. Jimmy rolled his eyes. You don't even know the meaning of the word. Come on, let's get you out. Let's get you out of here. Let's get out of here. Zenial tried to make eye contact with the guard, but they never responded. I didn't know they could be scared into being immune to my offers. You know what happened to your friend that was a guard? Yeah, but she had nothing to do with them boarding the ship. Shrugging and acting like he didn't care was easy. That's not the problem. Grell had told them the investigation had concluded with no evidence of help from within the ship, so she was in the clear on that. She'd be a civilian for the rest of her life, but she'd avoided the incarceration center. When Zenial tried to head his own way, Jimmy grabbed his arm. No, you don't. I know you, Zenial. You are going to need more incentive not to cause trouble. He'd mapped out the route to his friend's quarters and had been pleased he didn't need to detour for what he had in mind. I promise, Jimmy, we'll behave. Except that doesn't come with a qualifier of how you'll behave, does it? It's like you don't trust me. I know you, Halan. That should be capitalized. Only those who don't trust you. Only those who don't, there's going to be a comma here, trust you not to cause trouble. Zenial's sigh was comically put upon. The way to his quarter took them through an alley, and Jeremy glanced at the unoccupied couch and almost considered it before opening the door to the private room he'd reserved and pulled Zenial in with him. Here's what's going to happen, Zenial, he said, pushing the mail against the closed door and locking it. You know what? I don't lead with a hand. Oh, well, yeah, okay. Locking it with a hand while running the other through the chest fur. For the next 3 weeks, for every day you aren't causing trouble, we are going to have sex. He rubbed his cheek against his friend's muzzle and nuzzled his neck. I'll go to the hold after my shift and we will have a full hour of sex. An hour? You're serious? Jimmy put his other hand in his friend's pants and squeezed extremely. So, what will it be, Zen? Sex with me every day for 3 weeks? Or you risking landing both of us in individual cells? What about after? His friend moaned. Jeremy licked the air pavilion. How about we negotiate that after the 3 weeks are over? Okay, yes. Fuck, yes. Then your egg is going to be so fucking jealous. Jeremy grinned. Stop. The order came and Jeremy and his opponent froze in place. Under Treasurer Mirtiosi Harkinal was in his pack, and Thuric had him train with each of them. What are you doing wrong, Hunter? Treasurer Mirtiosi Harkinal. Jeremy looked at her for yeah, that's good. Jeremy looked at her form, the fact she was panting slightly, hand open, but claws not extended. This was training, after all. He wasn't an expert, but he couldn't see what she was doing. He couldn't see she was doing anything wrong in how she'd been fighting him. I haven't sought to disengage from the fight, she replied after considering. Good, Hunter Jeremy Bradshaw. What are you doing wrong? Was he? Was he? They'd fought as instructed. He'd taken the offensive. When she did, he'd step back and still was, even though she'd begun panting a few seconds earlier. I didn't retake the offensive. Take advantage of my higher stamina to overpower her before others might come to her rescue. A hunter ended a fight as quickly as possible was the mantra. One of many, but this one had multiple meanings. Some applied to him even with his higher stamina. Fights that lasted gave enemy reinforcement time to join in. To make his victory less certain and even take it away. Good. Hunter Netrilla Gorama Sel Arali on the mat facing under Jeremy Bradshaw. Jeremy straightened while another of his pack mate took position before him. Fight, Thurrock ordered, and the male was on the attack. Jeremy stepped behind his friend in the shower with a release of his breath and hope this wouldn't end up causing problem. You're getting good at guiding our training. He dug his finger into Thurrock's back fur and pressed. He knew nothing of massages, but just having the tense muscle pressed and worked felt good. His friend moaned. I'd better. It feels like I've had to watch every battle from now back to when the gods made the world, and write reports about each of them. He added soap, and his fingers slid up. I missed that I wasn't taking advantage of their exhaustion twice. You're still learning to evaluate us as combatant. Everyone you've trained with before was just that, a training partner. Partners. Okay. It was now or never. If he wasn't risking never, not anymore. Thurrock. He couldn't do the short name. He could with his other friends, but he couldn't shake the feeling that here it would have more meaning in one direction. I don't know what you're looking to get out of this, but there's something I need to make clear. I'm not in love with you. His friend turned. I know. I'm not asking you to be. How can you be in love with me? Better ask to God how I could not fall in love with a strong, kind warrior who got up every time he was forced down. Someone willing to look beyond his belief, to question them and accept that he loved someone everyone he knew told him he couldn't love. Someone strong enough to go before the people claiming to be his and deny them. I'm sorry that cost you the connection to your father, but it was so brave, Jeremy. Jer, call me Jer. Thurrock smiled at him. Then call me Thur, please. He nodded, unsure he could get himself to say the short name. Does Nila Kassar know? She's the one who told me I was in love with you. Is she a mentalist? No, but she knows how I look at her better than I do. She told me I look at you that same way when I haven't seen you for a while. Is this going to get in the way of you being my beta? Why would it? It's an earther thing, I guess. They have trouble with relationship where power dynamics are uneven. They don't feel a beta would seek to protect his hunter just as much if he loved him? No, they take advantage. They keep forgetting how different Kelsiran saw their responsibility to those under them. No, they're just different. He leaned and rubbed his cheek against the muzzle. Give us some privacy, Thur. I'm sorry, Jeremy said as they exited the alley's viewing room, but you just can't convince me that 15 minutes was enough to show the depth of their love. They met, they looked into each other's eyes, and then they were taking on the gods together, and they weren't hearts. It's how they looked at each other, Jer. Grell replied with a chuckle. You've seen Earther's romance. You can't tell me you didn't get just how much the couple loved each other in those less than this. Less? No. But why spend 40 minutes setting it up when we're never going to agree on that, are we? Grell nuzzled him. That doesn't mean we have to stop trying. He registered the couch, pushed his heart in it, and climbed over him before what he'd done registered. Then found he didn't care. He ran his hand through the fur, pushing the vest aside. I think I know how I can convince you that slow is better. His heart smiled. I'm willing to listen to your arguments. Jimmy reached down between them. I prefer actions to word for this. And this concludes chapter 20 of The Technician's Fight. If you are enjoying this, please leave a like. If you want to know when the next chapter will be up, subscribe, hit the bell. If you want to read this story, it is up on Ream Story. If you want to listen to this live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. Links are in the notes, and with that, I shall wish you a good day. Hey, James, welcome to the stream. How are you doing today? Let's see, 190 words, anecdotes of the artistocracy. Congratulations. And before Kindar, of course. Hey, Kaz. welcome to the stream. Thank you very much for the raid. Hey, next doors, welcome to the stream. Is that the book he is reading? Technician's Fight is the book I am currently reading and correcting. It is part of my editing process. I find that reading out loud allows me to catch more mistakes than just plain reading the text. Alrighty, and interesting. Interesting. Okay, what happens if I do this? You're going to learn to do some writing. All right, James. Alrighty, so we are gonna have an advertising stream, the Riftopia battles, and I'll be right back. Battle Station, everyone. Battle Station. And we are off. Going in the wrong direction. Did I forget to put a unit down? I may have. I don't remember. No, I'm right here. Let's see. Alrighty, so we've got we're up to 4. We're down to 3 enemies. I think we've got that. And we are done. We have won. We had Kenny Balbal, Suddenly Papyrus, and Alpha Lima Gaming. And moving on to the next battle. Alrighty. Let's alrighty, so half an hour to see how this is going to turn out. And now I need to check in on some things. Alrighty. And I will move on to the next chapter. All right, so for those who are new since we had a raid, when I do the read and corrects, I record them. So I ignore the chat while that is happening. And whatever you've said in the during that time, whatever you've typed, I will address once I'm done. So I will confirm the microphone is on, turn off desktop audio, confirm I'm on the correct screen, that I have the correct image up. I am starting the recording and I will see you all on the other side. Welcome back to another reading and correcting with me, Kindar, the Tiger Writes, and Ty, the Tiger Supervisor. These are where I read a chapter from one of my stories and correct it as I go. If you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. And if you are looking to support me, that is on my Patreon. Today we are doing chapter 21 of The Technician's Fight. Tell me they aren't looking, his heart implored, face buried in his chest fur. You'd know I lied as soon as you looked up. People weren't so inconsiderate as to stop and gawk, or worse, masturbate. That was permitted within a leisure alley, but there was a level of decorum expected around lovers. Around lover, choosing it as the place to indulge in each other. That the only Earther on the ship and the captain were the ones who had done it, had no choice but to bring a crowd. Fortunately, it was a moving one. People making the detour on their way to their destination. There are going to be recordings, aren't there? Jer asks, head still in his fur. We are in public. I can't believe I did this. Now Gralgron shifted. He'd allowed his heart a level of embarrassment, but not to make this something he regretted doing. He raised Jer's chin until he had to look him in the eyes. No one thinks less of you for this. They aren't judging you negatively. Envy, it's me here and not them, is probably what most of them feel. The recordings will not be used to debase what we did or who you are. They will be shared among lovers and friends, something to fantasize along. I don't get how you're so at ease with it. His eyes flicked to the passing people. I'm Captain and Alpha. That should probably be capitalized. I am a public figure on the ship and off. But this is us, naked, having sex. He rubbed his muzzle against his heart's cheek. It's not my first time in such a couch, in such an alley chair. Only my first time with the male I care more about than anyone else. Jimmy nodded and rested his head on his chest, not looking away from the people. But Gralgron suspected he did what he could not to see them. He was impressed by the bravery this took, but also understood that coming down from that put the decision in doubt. I think we should go home, his heart suggested. You realize that means moving to get dressed, with them watching. Jer hid his face in his fur again. Maybe he shouldn't have pointed that out. Just think of it as the undressing room at the gym or the reservoir. I don't have sex there, Jimmy mumbled in the fur. In public, he then added. Docking completed, the shuttle pilot announced, and Gralgron stood. Unlock the prisoners, take position. The pack moved, and by the time he unlocked the hatch and cycled it, they were behind him, the Earthers between them. The administrator was waiting for him, this time, along with a pack of... He decided not to judge. He expected the male was doing the best he could to impress him after the last time. He didn't dare hope this level of attentiveness was now standard for them, no matter how unkind it made him. Captain, the male greeted him. It's a surprise to see you again, and with... He looked displeased. Well, he finally said, maybe the female's still alive and they can pack together. Yeah, I've been reminded I forgot to establish what happens to her. I'll have to do that in draft 2. You don't know? They should be keeping a tally of who was still alive on the planet. She hasn't been cooperative. She's evaded the rounding packs twice now, but inmates on the last one said they'd seen her, said she'd been seen. That was 2 days ago, so she is probably still alive. If your pack will hand them over to my guards, I will ensure they make it to the surface safely. Do you have more of them? These Earthers are trained to fight us and gave my hunters trouble. He didn't want to point out the inadequacy of the guards, but also couldn't afford the Earthers to couldn't afford the Earthers would take advantage of it and escape. There was a no telling. No telling the kind of damage they could do in the process and how vulnerable it would leave those on the surface. Alpha, Isbitter said while the administrator's ears vanished in his fur. If the administrator and his guards are amicable, we can go down with them to be available to provide backup should they ask for it. Gudgrand looked at the administrator, still not over the shock, then at the guard. None of them looked to the betas, so when the closest one noticed him looking, he asked, Is the presence of the pack acceptable? She looked at the administrator, who still hadn't recovered. Yes, she stammered. We could use the help. Then consider them under your command for the duration. What? She looked at them. I can't. Gudgrand placed a hand on her shoulder. You can. Regardless of the reasons that placed you here, you are Kelsarian. The gods would not demand anything of you they don't know you can accomplish. The pack will serve under you. Ask, and they will answer. He thought he saw understanding. It was all he could do, short of ordering them about. He had the authority, but he wasn't here to undermine the administrator, not unless his actions forced his hand. That is kind of you, Alpha. The administrator said, now looking settled. Since it means you are going to be here until they return, do you want me to give you a tour of the facilities? I'm sure you'll find them much improved since your last visit. He studied the mail. He saw some fear and worry in his eyes, but also eagerness. Maybe he had been unkind and things had improved. Please, I'd love to see what you did. Gudgrand stood in the center of the bridge, trying not to fidget. He wasn't doing something he hadn't done many times since becoming Alpha. She'd even been the one he'd spoken to all the previous times, so he knew she respected him. So why was it that each time each time I need to clarify something because it's been pointed out to me that this feels like Aragath is the Alpha he's going to be talking to when he's just drawing a comparison. So why was it that each time he spoke with this Alpha, he felt like he was back home under Aragath's wise and judgmental gaze? His father's mother had a knack for making him feel like a child anytime she visited. Actually, no, it's she'd visit because she's no longer alive. Hopefully this will help. The screen shimmered and an older Kelsarian standing in the center of a room appeared, and he straightened even more. Alpha. He greeted her. At his first meeting, he'd use her full title and name. Head Alpha of the Gods Pack, the Sirimatar Gorak Fredolian Ashmir. She had laid into him and promised that if he ever treated her as anything other than one of the Alphas, she would see to it he made Beta again without a chance to ever achieving further rank again. Oh, he made Beta. He'd be returned to Beta without a chance of ever achieving further rank again. When he'd been able to think, again, hours later, he thought there was a practice to the speech, that he wasn't the first one she threatened that way. He hadn't dare ask the alpha he knew. The alphas he knew. He didn't want to find out he'd been the only one to make that mistake. Alpha, she replied with a tilt of an ear. How go the hunts? The hunts have been fruitful. Meat has been gathered and distributed. The hunters are ready to return to it. She smiled. How have you been, Gargaran Salhavnir? Oh, how the casualness irked him. The alpha above them all shouldn't be smiles and greetings once the ceremonial greeting was done. She should be demanding status report numbers, telling him where his ship was needed. If she was anyone else, he would explain in pointed language what her rank meant. I've been good, the Serimitar Gorak Fredolian Ashmir. The tilt of an ear turns quizzical. Good? Word is, you have found your heart, and you are good? Why hadn't he taken this in his office? He wouldn't have had an audience for this breach in rank. What kind of example was this for hunters? He has brightened my life more than the gods can imagine. The gods imagine much, Alpha. They don't imagine enough, trust me. His ears folded back, and he barely stifled the groan. And she had the gall to smile. In private, he promised himself. Further, these would be in private. You may be correct. I doubt they imagine he would ask to be a hunter, and one that will make us proud, I'm told. Told by whom? The alpha of them all had a cadre of people helping her, each one reputed to be close to a god. Yeah, I don't know that I can. There's clarification needed here, but I don't know I can put it in without stretching this too much. Reputed to be close to a god, close enough. Close enough. Not only Centaria's mouth spoke their words. Because what happens here is that Centarina's mouth, Centarina is the god of the seers. They're the gods who see the past, the future and the past. Those who are being close to your god, to a god, means that they meddle in your life a little more. You get details that most people don't. It's not prophecy, it's the gods telling them something. And what I'm realizing here is that I don't think I've established who Centarina is at this point, which could be part of why there's confusion. No one he'd asked had been able to confirm if it was true, and there's going to be a comma here. And the one time he'd worked up the courage to ask her directly, she'd only smiled. I am glad to hear this. He trains hard, and his earther's physiology is proving He trains hard, and his earther physiology proving interesting training. That doesn't work. It's proving interesting in training the beta. It's his earther physiology is proving in. Oh, is okay. This is not proving. This is providing. This is providing I don't need inter. It's providing training the betas are looking to incorporate. And what is your reason for letting them? She asked in a tone he couldn't work out. It was a reproach. It wasn't the reproach he'd expected from the leadership for daring to change established system. It was closer to, that's going to be trailing hope. The Earthers who boarded my ship to kidnap my heart had enough information on us they knew to push to exhaustion and to push us to exhaustion, and that clearly had training in doing so. While we were aware of their higher stamina, we weren't ready for how they fought. The two males who were able to hold their own against them both had training in stamina management. And you're having them help? I'm reluctant to let a Halan teach my hunters. Concerned they might turn some of them to piracy? With another Halan, possibly. With this one, he's more likely to find a way to turn the entire training session into an orgy. She snickered, then covered her mouth, a muzzle looking abash. A talented male, I take it. Or so I'm told by far too many people. I'm surprised you haven't put him to the test, considering your reputation. I still have standard, Alpha. He doesn't meet them. Please, let's move on to something else. Maybe he could help it along. Has there been concern about the Tahonians shepherding the Earthers? Yes, but they are always when the Tahonians do something. Considering the Earthers' actions, they may be warranted this time, but I haven't heard anything requiring we change the line. He nodded. He had to hope it would remain so. Am I returning to my last position, or am I needed elsewhere? She considered him. He'd been as direct as he dared in asking if he was directly involved in those concerns. That her answer took time was worrisome. From what I know, you are to return to your position at this time, implying he should be ready for this to change. Thank you, Alpha. The gods thank you, Alpha. May the wind hide your scent from your prey. The screen turned blank. Gregoran looked at his reflection, tie in hand. Should he? He usually did. You know, okay, yeah, the main tie in hand. Should he? He usually did. You know, Jer said, considering what we're doing, I think you'd be the one having trouble. I wouldn't think. I keep forgetting negation. I don't know why, or putting negation where there are not. That's a flip. I'm still not quite figuring out why I do it. I wouldn't think I'd be the. Oh, because you'd think I'd be the one. That's okay. This time it's because I wasn't reading properly, which shows that even reading out loud is not a guarantee I'll catch a mistake. You'd think I'd be the one having trouble getting ready. Isn't clubbing something you do regularly? Yes, but not as the ship's captain. I usually alter enough of my appearance so I'm just another one of the males there. But you're going to be there, along with many of your friends. But your presence means that they'll be looking for me, jailing against the counter. So is it oh, that's bad. Bad if you go as captain? There is, he hesitated, something of a status gained by being able to claim to have had sex with a ship's captain. And I am also the Alpha. Some of that notoriety rubs off on them? His heart grinned. I was worried you wouldn't take it well that I've had sex with them. Those are in the past, and I told you when you explained what going to the club meant for you and your friends. And mine, which they confirmed. I can't promise I'll be fine accepting a stranger's offer, but you have my permission to have sex with anyone you want. He took his hand in his. You kept yourself for me without checking with me first, I'll remind you, so I will be okay with you having sex with others. I don't want you to force. I will be okay, Growl. You've had sex with your friends and never made me feel like I wasn't getting as much of your love, of your sex, as before. It's a shift for me, I'll admit that, but I'm getting there. Gargran kissed him. I love you. Trust me, I know that. Jer kissed him. Now, how about you leave that tie on the counter and finish getting ready? We don't want your friends to be the only ones at the club. Oh, this is going to be so fun! The male fell into step with him and Jer said with far too much enthusiasm for Gralgaran's liking. Jer elbowed him. The quartermaster looked at Gralgaran, took Gralgaran's arm in his. Gralgaran, he said, grinning too widely. You know we're all friends here. No, he told his heart. Do you have any idea how hard that Halan has been working at trying to get me to shorten his name? I will forego his rank, Jer, but do not ask me to shorten his name. Enough of a victory for me, the quartermaster said, and Gralgaran couldn't believe what he heard. Actually, yeah, if I don't say that, it'll be questionable if, yeah. Was this a stranger hiding under an expert fur dye? Oh, I am so glad you arranged this, Tom said, hugging Gralgaran from behind. I'm so glad you agreed to it, Jeremy. Anyhow, he said, told cooling. It is pleasant to see you here. You know, I can make it a whole lot pleasurable, Tomarin. It's not because you're his best friend that you have to hate my guts. I don't hate your guts, Alan. I just don't like pirates, supposedly reformed or otherwise. The quartermaster looked at Gralgaran. There's a reformed Halan on this ship? And you never told me? You know he means you, right? Jer said. Oh, then you're just plain wrong. I'm not reformed. Is it too late to change my mind about this? Gralgaran implored. Yes, Tom said, nuzzling his neck. You and all of us, not reformed Alan included, are going to have a wonderful time dancing and meeting new people and, hopefully, he added, turning his head in Jer's direction, have sex with someone new too. Jer hurried ahead toward the couple walking in their direction. He and the male rubbed muzzle. Then Jer looked at the female, embarrassed. He offered a hand, took it back, fidgeted, and she pulled him into a hug. His bashfulness is so cute, Tom said. Not a sight of him I've seen, the quartermaster said. With me, he's all, let's fucking he? He can, can't he? Tom said wistfully. Ask him, Gralgaran said. Maybe after this, his friend replied. And Gralgaran hoped he meant it. He had heard that wistfulness before, and he didn't want him to not act on getting what he wanted, since this time there was nothing for him to stand it. There was nothing for himself. Oh, but himself standing in the way. Growl, Jer said as they reached him and the couple. You know, Thur, this is near like a Sar is mate. She closed her mouth and took a breath. Gralgaran, it is a pleasure to meet you. I apologize for my discomfort. She glanced at Jer. I am not used to this level of familiarity. I understand. I find myself subjected to more of it than I'm comfortable as well. But I am glad you and your mate agreed to join us. More will be joining as, and maybe due, to my heart's insistence. And maybe, due to my heart's insistence, some of us will grow more comfortable with the shortened names. You look at the quartermaster, not you. The male smiled with the most innocent folded ears Gralgaran had ever seen. The group grew as more of their friends joined them. Only a few turned down the invitation. Some had been expected. Gralgaran had contacted Alex, in the hopes he'd come, but hadn't been surprised at the refusal. Alex preferred his pleasure in intimate settings. The psychologist's refusal had disappointed Jer. She had duties she couldn't pass on to others or delay. They drew looks and a following, many of whom followed them into the club, even if they were overdressed, not having planned on an evening of exertion. They had a glass of wine, then headed to the dance floor. He kept Jer close for a dance, then let him go, and forced himself to pay attention to the males and females who came to him. He danced with them, then rested, watching Jeremy with a crowd of males and females, taking turns moving with him. There's no comma here. Letting another partner take their place while Jer kept going. Tom took a turn with him, as did Lil, Lit, and Draz. He caught sight of Thurok, Selminial, and his mate dancing with a pair of females as he returned to the dance floor and set his sight on a muscular black-furred male. They danced, they nuzzled, they nipped at each other's neck, and then rested. They separated for more dancing, Growl finding himself with Jer again, along with a stocky male clearly in adoration with his heart. Then he was resting again, and then back onto dancing. When he saw Jer not dancing, he was at a table with people around him. When Growl decided the evening had been long enough, he was dancing with the black-furred male again, and this time the nibble and nuzzling grew inviting, teasing. When they needed rest, they left for a leisure alley to enjoy each other further. And that concludes chapter 21 of The Technician's Fight. If you are enjoying this, please leave a like. If you want to know when the next chapter will be up, subscribe and hit the bell. If you want to read this story, it is available on Ream Story. If you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. Links are in the notes, and with that, I shall wish you a good day. Alrighty, so we are going to have... Alright, this is what I need to click. An advertising, Riftopia battle, and I will be right back. Battle Station, everyone. Battle Station. Alrighty, and woof. That hurt. Oh, interesting. Motion actually affects range attacks. Oh, I don't know that we're gonna win this. Yeah, no, we're not. Oh, well. We had Alpha Lima Gaming Sudden Pepperless. Thank you for the assistance. And let's try this again. You know what? It's not like I'm going to put a lot of units down, so... Alrighty, so half an hour to see how this is going to turn out, and Now to deal with stuff that I didn't have time to deal before because too much stuff. Alrighty. Alrighty, and on to third chapter for the series. Alrighty, I am confirming the microphone is on, turning off desktop audio. I am confirming I'm on the correct screen. I have the correct image up. I am starting the recording, and I will see you all on the other side. Welcome back to another reading and correcting with me, Kindar, the Tiger Writes, and Ty, the Tiger Supervisor. These are where I read a chapter from one of my stories and correct it as I go. If you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. And if you are looking to support me, that is on my Patreon. Today, we are doing chapter 22 of The Technician's Fight. Jeremy moved on the dance floor, surrounded and often touched by a lot of other people. Someone would step before him, put their arms around his waist or over his shoulder, and they'd move to the music for a bit before moving on. Some danced with him longer, and he thought he saw hopes in their eyes, but eventually most moved on. There was a lot of changing of partners as part of Kelsey's dancing, he noticed. When one stayed took his attention longer than others, when one stayed took his attention longer than others, an effort followed, and here he experienced the biggest difference from the little he remembered of a handful of times he'd been convinced to go clubbing by his classmates. When he turned them down, they moved on. Male or female, it didn't matter. They approached him, stayed with him, which he was confident was in itself an indication of their interest, and when he didn't respond to that, asked if he was interested in going to a leisure alley with them or back to their place. He politely turned them down and they found someone else. He had this memory back during his university days of going to a club with a few people he considered friends, of a woman settling up to him while dancing, of staying with him through multiple songs, of how hungrily she looked at him. At one point, she asked him to leave with her. Not being interested, he told her he wasn't done dancing. She'd become insistent, belligerent. One of his friends had come to his rescue when she started chasing would be that would be a period a dash here would be dance partners away. Jeremy was certain she'd been the exception, that a number of women had made offers and not made a fuss when he turned them down, but he didn't remember those. Well, he remembered that incident. How it had made him feel. Tamarin danced with him with a glint in his eyes that made Jeremy think he was planning something, but if he was, it didn't happen there. Third dance with him is made at Jeremy's back as they moved to a particularly slow piece of music. It called for them to be pressed close, and he felt his friend's excitement while Neela Kassar rested her head against Jeremy's shoulder. Then they moved on and other people took their place. Kassarian dance music was slow, with the occasional hop tempo in them. There was a languidness to how they moved most of the time, pressed against each other, ran their hands over their and others' body. Then they'd be throwing themselves into fast motion for a few seconds to go along with the music. Jeremy preferred those and multiple times kept going with rapid motion even once the music slowed again. He garnered a crowd when he did, all happy to press against him at once he slowed to something they could handle for more than a handful of seconds. When he took breaks, more to hydrate than because the dancing tired him, he always had company, males and females who asked about his life before the ship, Einstein, Earthers in general, and those he worked with. Talking was easy, no difference from what he remembered of his experience. Back then, if he and his friends wanted to talk, they needed to move to one of the soundproofed sections of the club. Here, they simply talked. While not quiet, Kassarian music wasn't overbearingly loud, maybe because Kassarian's hearing was more sensitive than his, but even they didn't seem inconvenienced. The music was mostly that, as far as he could tell. There were voices, but they seemed to be used as instruments instead of adding lyrics. Even the occasional word he wasn't certain was more than his mind trying to give the sound meaning. It did not escape him that throughout this time there had been a few regulars. A handful of males and females who returned every so often to dance with him, who would sit with him and ask questions about his life, his thought on Kassarian life. He grew comfortable with them enough that when, as he was deciding to return home, one of them when was this? He grew comfortable with them enough that when, as he was deciding to return home, okay, I'm not going to go. A shorter but muscular male suggested he could accompany him, maybe that they could detour by an alley. Jeremy agreed. It was fun. They talked a bit more afterward, then dressed and headed a separate way. Are you sure this is allowed? Jeremy asked once they were in the exercising room. Shouldn't you clear this with my beta? I'm his alpha. Growl replied, if I want to see how your training is coming along, it's my prerogative. Isn't that what those performance reports he fills out after each of my training sessions are for? He dropped his jacket in a seat. Growl removed his chest. He told you about them? You know a lot of the hunter's procedures are public, right? I read about them. It's why I know it's just about unheard of for an alpha to bother with evaluating a lowly hunter like me. There's nothing lowly about you, Jer. Your beta has made that quite clear in his reports. Please tell me those don't include our sex life. His heart snorted through the laughter. I don't need secondhand experience for that. Jeremy smirked. How about you come at me? Growl returned the smirk. You're the one being evaluated. You come at me. Just remember, you asked for this. Jeremy rested on his back, his heart half draped over him, nuzzling his neck. I swear, if a recording of the sex we just had surfaces anywhere, I'm going to make people responsible pay. Growl chuckled. Private room, no emergency. If anyone hacks the system to get it, they'll be breaking a dozen laws. I'll make sure they pay. If you're not fast enough. If you're not fast enough, you get what I leave you. Growl licked his neck. Your beta wasn't lying. You have become something of a menace in a fight. There was nothing about you being all Sharavan-like, climbing over me to take me down. And them. He might not like that I'm getting training outside what he's giving me. Halan, training? How can you tell? Jer, the Bane patrols the line. Do you have any idea how many Alan we've come across? In the last 2 months, since delivering our prisoners, there were 3, one of which we boarded. That's when you returned all scratched up? Yes. I fought the Halan. Unorthodox doesn't begin to describe how they fight. And with a smaller size, the quartermaster would be one to be all over someone. He paused. For more than fighting, I expect. That's how he's paying for the sex. You charge for sex? He started it with his, if I'm not getting anything out of something, I'm not doing it. I'm just playing his game. Once his probation was over, he wanted to keep having sex. So I said he needed to teach me how to fight for it. Speaking of training, I notice you move a lot less. Your beta and others who are training with you have been creating courses on stamina control. If Earthers attack again, trust me, they aren't done with me. I want to be able to keep them in check. You should talk to you should ask Zenial. He's impressive with how little he needs to move until he's ready to take me down. And have to pay for his help? He's going to make shortening our names the price. Counter with having sex. You know he's going to jump at the chance to have sex with you. And then he's going to use that as an excuse to shorten my name. Jeremy licked the closest of Growl's ear. You really don't trust him, do you? Not with the history we have, and not about small things like this. In the seat, Jeremy's tablet buzzed. Shift starts in 2 hours. We should get cleaned up and head to work. Growl nipped his neck. 2 hours is more than enough time. Jeremy laughed. Why do you think I set it for 2 hours? Shower, now. We can have sex there. He and Proteros ran to their eatery. I said we wouldn't have enough time, his friend said. Fine, but you are the one who said we weren't leaving the leisure room until you finished me up. What kind of friend do you take me for? The best kind, the one who's willing to go hungry for my pleasure. He slowed as they entered the eatery and stepped into line. Next time I'm telling you no. Next time you're the one who's going to ask for us to miss food in favor of sex. The inside of his friend's ears were red well before they folded back in embarrassment. Look who decided who's joining us. Nialas de Resil Saltimar said, I thought you were going to be sustaining each other off sex from now on. Laura Fremy Asserdian added, he doesn't orgasm enough to make that possible. Perteros replied, but I make up for it in volume. Grakirania Kirem Salniga Nirag narrowed her eyes at him. What happened to the Earther who turned redder when Jurak passed? What happened to the Earther who turns redder than Jurak any time one of us talked about the sex we have. He became Kelsarian, Jeremy answered before eating. Alex sniffed at him as Jeremy sat before his console. I can extend my break if you want to spend a bit of time on the couch, engineer. Maybe once the shift is about to end. Right now, you have reports to go through. Yet more report. This was like doing the worst part of when he was working on Einstein, going over all the text report about the work they'd done for the scientists so he could attempt to predict the next disaster they were about to cause before they caused it. At least with these, he wasn't dealing with people trying to break the laws of physics in an attempt to get their names in scientific papers. Engineer. Third greeted him as Jeremy and Alex joined those already at the table. Beta. Alex greeted back. How are your new duties? I miss my old ones under you. Liar, Jeremy said, sitting next to his friend and rubbing his leg. I miss not having to train this one, his friend replied. I don't understand your problem. I find him to be perfectly tractable. I set him a task. He does it. He doesn't even complain anymore. I didn't do that often, Jeremy protested, to the laughter of the others. Once, Leah said, is all that is needed for the engineer to remember and bring it back any chance he has. Are you okay? He asked Jerani instead of playing to the barb. She was looking at her food morosely. He suspected the problem, but her muscle had lost a lot of definition over the last months. Enough, she attracted looks. She wasn't fat. Jeremy didn't know if healthy Kelsarians could be fat, but she now had a layer of the stuff softening her form. Medical is enforcing a controlled diet regimen, she replied. I'm not allowed anything sweet. You were warned to cut down, Thirst said. You shouldn't be surprised they've forbidden you from eating Jarrus pies. She snorted. It's not just those. Half the sauces are now off limit because they're too sweet. I'm sure that once they consider your health better, they will reinstate some of them, Thirst said. I took just Jeremy's machine, Scarif offered, but it's broken. It's not broken, Jeremy countered. It hasn't increased how much weight I work with in 2 weeks. I told you last time, among Earthers who train for strength, it's normal to have periods when things plateau. I'm not an Earther. Then it clearly applies to Kelsarians too. Just keep at it and you'll break through. I can look at it. Atarikna said, I've seen enough of its design. I can figure out what's going on with it. Oh, wow. You trust my work that little? Jimmy replied, mock offended. Weren't you the one who needed my help getting his machine to behave properly? I needed your help with dealing with the technology I wasn't familiar with at the time. So I should look it over. Jimmy looked at Alex. Don't bring me into this. I trust you know enough about my reactor not to cause it to explode when you change components. You have shown me some of the stuff from your drafting table, so I know you're more than capable of making something I'm not sure even Jezbilian would understand. You were looking through my I don't think anything will come of them designs, Jeremy countered. Insanity will come from them, Alex said, smiling. Okay, if engineering now has a smiling engineer, I am glad to be a beta. Prateros snorted. If there's a smiling engineer there, Jeremy's the only one who sees him because when he leaves his office, the engineer is all scowling and frowns. Like I want any of you to start thinking you're in a leisure alley instead of work. He locked eyes with the male, and Jeremy wondered what he'd missed and how come Prateros had never mentioned that. I was off shift, his friend mumbled. You were in my engineering. The least you could have done was invite him to take part, Thirst said. Prateros' ears vanished in his fur. You are growing far too comfortable away from engineering, Beta. There has to be a benefit to all the reports I have to fill. Alex smiled. You might want to remember that I'm on the short name list on the short name basis with your Alpha. Don't look at me, Jeremy preemptively said. I live and sleep with him. I make no claims as being able to control what he does. The males at the table stared at him. Clearly, Leha said, you have not considered threatening to withhold sex. And that concludes chapter 22 of The Technician's Fight. If you are enjoying this, please leave a like. If you want to know when the next chapter will be up, subscribe and hit the bell. If you want to read this story, it is available on Ream Story. And if you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. Links are in the notes, and with that, I shall wish you a good day. And I will be right back. Alrighty. Right, keep forgetting. Don't like that for some reason. Battle station, everyone. Battle station. Alrighty. We are progressing as they are coming to us and dying. And there we go, we're done. We have won. Alpha Lima Gaming was with us, Sudden Papyrus, and Spa. I've never been quite sure how to pronounce the name. Alrighty, and moving along to another battle. Alrighty, so half an hour to see how this is going to turn out. Going to have to rework my process. Well, when the game is fully released. Because I've clearly forgotten how I did that before. Alrighty, so that one is done. And time to move on to the next one. Alrighty. All right, so I will start another chapter by confirming microphone is on, turning off desktop audio. Confirming I'm on the correct screen. I have the correct image up. I am starting the recording and I'll see you all on the other side. Welcome back to another reading and correcting with me, Kindar, the Tiger Writes, and Ty, the Tiger Supervisor. These are where I read a chapter from one of my stories and correct it as I go. If you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. And if you are looking to support me, that is on my Patreon. Today we are doing chapter 88 of Stepping Wild. Over the following weeks, Karliak and Simtor played with what their creatures looked like, from changing what they were made of and dealing with how that affected how they moved. It was a few tries before their wood or stone hopper could do more than be statues. They adjusted size and then realized they could change what they looked like, eventually making a hopper that reminded Tibbs of Stowe's bunnyling, other than being no taller than a hopper. Eventually, Karliak added a lynx to the creatures he could make when the runner wasn't able to evade the dungeon's latest creature. Karliak I did a lynx. When the runner wasn't able, yeah. Karliak had been surprised and saddened, for as annoyed as he sounded each time the lynx escaped with the chunk of meat, he'd grown to respect his opponent. He'd be in the boss room, the dungeon announced, so that any further runners would know who they had to measure against. Who they had to measure themselves against. Tibbs had little to contribute to the dungeon's work, and when he informed them it was time for him to leave, it wasn't as melancholic as he'd expected. Simtor made him promise to return so he could see what the dungeon they became, and Tibbs only said he'd do his best. He planned on returning, but too many of those had to be scrapped due to other events getting in the way for him to be hopeful. When he returned to the village, he then returned to the village to say his goodbyes. Darna insisted on having a meal with him, her friends, and many of the tavern's regular. Leon tried to convince Tibbs to stay, pleading he didn't want to return to an all-meat diet. Have the women in the tavern promise to give him something other than sausages to eat. He then gathered the few of his possession and returned to the road and walked. A month of no more eventful travels than his previous one saw him arrive at the city of Chasistian in Sturgen, the kingdom over from Brokentia. It had no libraries or universities, so he figured the exploit of the laughing thief wouldn't catch his copper-haired hunter. Wouldn't catch the attention of his copper-haired hunter if she heard about him. He spent a couple of months rebuilding the funds he needed for his destination, Sturgan's king city, and the University of Justestian. Most of the money he amassed, he converted into promises, then joined a caravan as a merchant's son, set on building his own success away from his family instead of his usual persona of caravan guard. He played the jovial, always happy to risk a copper and silver on a quick game of chance, a young man who lost more often than gained and couldn't seem to learn his lesson. He made friends among the other merchants, talking trade and spending far more than he should on candies, as well as among the guards who were, by the time they reached Justitian, more than who were, by the time more interested in pitting themselves against his cleverness than then taking his coins. On arriving in the king's city, he set about finding and paying forgers to create Tilan's identity, a researcher from the University of Feslan in the kingdom of Ertomathios. After a few days, everything was in order, but he waited until the caravan left to establish himself as the scholar and visit the university. Without a need to accumulate funds, he devoted himself to his research. Not that much came of it over the following weeks. The kingdom had a dungeon in the city of Kermitar, but no history of dangers that hinted at where there might be an unknown wild one. When not busy researching, Tilan was nothing more than another citizen, enjoying the markets, the taverns, and the occasional game of chance. The entry desk barely reacted to Tilan's arrival anymore, so used to him they had become. He greeted the scholar he walked by on his way to the shelves to pick up the next tome on his list, then sat down to read. To search for clues as to where he might find a wild dungeon. The sense of an adventure at the edge of his sense pulled his attention away from his reading. They were common enough in large cities, especially King's City, that he didn't usually let them distract him. He had to remain aware of them so he could prepare for if too many headed in his direction, but the rest of the time he ignored them. This time he couldn't outright. Gamma, possibly Beta. He didn't come across those often outside of dungeon cities where the guild had a presence. It meant he lacked the experience to be certain how strong they were. Anyone Delta and above were more guesses on his part when it came to evaluating how much of a threat they represented. The fact that the structure the guild had to determine adventurers' rank fell apart with those that strong didn't help. Back in Craggle Rock, the guard leader who had taken over when Harry left taken over. Yeah, there's a comma here. And there's a comma here. When Harry left, had denser essence than the guild leader, but she'd been Beta while he was Gamma. His teacher had often commented on how, ultimately, rank was more about what an adventurer could do with the essence they had than the outright strength they could put into what they did. Someone this strong didn't mean they were here for him, almost certainly meant they weren't. Even when the guild sent adventurers to actively hunt him, he hadn't rated anyone above Epsilon. In the last decade, the only time he'd been hunted was when he forgot himself and let something slip with an adventurer within earshot. He still needed to be wary of this adventurer. With that strength had to come skill, and that meant an increased awareness of the essence around them. Tibbs had no hope to match one of them with all the training required to achieve that kind of strength. He put them out of his mind and returned to his reading. They weren't here for him. So long as he kept his distance, everything would be fine. He had more important things to do than worry about some adventurer, probably in the city to consult with the king or their advisors. He had a wild dungeon to find. So much essence was difficult to ignore. Then he realized they were approaching. They couldn't be headed to the university. There had to be something else around it that would draw such a powerful water adventurer. Was the castle nearby? He had no interest in kings, so hadn't bothered inquiring. And the adventurer kept approaching, then reached the university's entrance. They couldn't be here for him, not with all that strength. And when was the last time anyone from the guild had noticed him? Years ago, that dungeon he tried to join as a runner. And they hadn't noticed him, Tibbs Lightfingers, just someone with a brand. He had been passing himself off as an Omega. But Why else would an adventurer be at his university if not for him? Maybe they were a sorcerer here for a book? What book could a sorcerer not find where they did their own research? They were the ones keeping books to themselves, not universities and libraries. But he shouldn't risk it. He returned the tome to its shelf and set to leave by a different route than the adventurer, which was why he had to fight to not to show his confusion when he found himself in a corridor with the adventurer at the other end, walking in his direction. How could he have lost track of him like that? The man was tall, dressed in impeccable leathers. He was clean-shaven, and his long hair was held back by a blue ribbon. The man's unnatural blue eyes passed over Tibbs without showing interest. Of course the man wouldn't notice him. Tilan was nothing more than one of many researchers here. He didn't even have an element at the moment for the adventurers to have a chance of sensing. He'd let fear control his actions. That was dangerous. He didn't have to leave. He could return to his research. He looked over his shoulder. Something about the man entering the chamber nagged at him. It didn't matter, he reminded himself. The adventure wasn't important. His research was. He cursed his curiosity as he followed at a distance instead of heading in a different direction. The man entered another room, a large one containing displays of items, some of which had hold nearly entirely unraveled weaves. This was the end of his trailing. He'd never been in that room before, and one of the many occupants would draw attention to him. He reached the door and made his decision to leave. Ah! A woman called loudly without care for the agreed-upon rule of quiet within the university's collection. What a wonderful surprise! Tibbs looked around the doorframe into the room. You requested a representative, the man replied, and Tibbs ignored the other occupants' annoyed glare in that direction. Something about this voice. The woman who joined him was tall, with short blonde hair. Short hair was something Tibbs had noticed among the scholars who did experiments. Their clothing was utilitarian, the thick fabric he'd seen many within wearing. She lacked adornment, but there was still an air to her Tibbs could only call regal. She clearly had power here. And who did they send? She asked, smiling. The man's annoyed side rang with familiarity. My name, he said in clipped tone, is Alistair. Now, what is so important you couldn't tell one of the adventurers already in the city? Tibbs stared as she took his arm into hers. Alistair? With a name, the other elements fell into place. The hair, the ribbon, the leathers. The man hadn't changed at all. Which shouldn't surprise Tibbs. With so much essence, he would remain the way he was for centuries, possibly. Tibbs should have recognized him immediately, but he realized that his mental image for his old teacher had aged with him, and everyone around him. Not as fast as them, or even him, but he'd added wrinkles and had taken away some of that sharpness in his gaze. He followed as she led Alistair deeper among the tables and displays. Some of the scholars glanced in his direction, then returned to their work. The items he passed by under their glass and crystal cases were old and had cards with writing. Some were pieces of object placed to imply the shape of the complete one. A few were complete and their essence so dense he wished he'd noticed them before, had studied them. They didn't feel like weaves, but also not natural, as if essence had been pushed into them the way he'd pushed wood essence into trees, but it hadn't dispersed over the many years since. What did so much essence do to an object? This was excavated near where the city of Carcitar is believed to have stood. She motioned to a case. The item Tibbs says was long and narrow, mostly wood with a metal tip, a spear. It was one of those with far more essence in it, but unlike the others in this room, this one was fraying at the edges. Alistair glanced at it, unimpressed. This required someone from the guild. Tibbs remembered that hint of anger in the tone. Alistair about to run out of patience, in his case, when Tibbs didn't pay as much attention as his teacher thought he should. This is the Corbin spear. He heard her capitalize the words. Alistair's expression turned to surprise, and he leaned in. Are you certain? Our records say it was lost in the Battle of Thuros. Unless I'm mistaken, that is nowhere near here. She chuckled. Karsatar was in the kingdom of Jolis. I'm not familiar with that one. Quite far from here, she said casually. Our expedition comprised researchers from a variety of universities as well as wealthy supporters. And they let you take it out of their kingdom? The dismay made Tibbs think that wasn't common. As part of the agreement, each university was allowed to bring back some item after a representative deemed them unimportant to their history. And they thought this was not important to them? She smiled coyly. They might not have understood what they were examining. You didn't tell them, he said in a disapproving tone. They never ask, she countered, and he smiled, and she... and he smiled as well? Oh, yeah, okay, yeah. It's his response to her tricking them. Yeah, and he smiled as well. I believe the guild is always looking for artifacts connected to your founder, so I thought you should have it. You want to give it to us? Alistair asked, suspicious. Of course, she replied, sounding almost offended. We'd never think of charging the Adventurers Guild for something that is theirs, especially not when you have been generous in providing protection for the expeditions heading in dangerous areas. Of course, he said, tone and nod filled with understanding. He studied the items in the case. While I am certain the guild will want to add this to its collection, this isn't the kind of generosity I can simply accept. The guild leaders are the ones who will make that decision. I understand. She placed her hand on his arm. But please be the one to bring the answer. I would love to see you again. Alistair stared at her, and Tibbs shared his confusion. Her words, her tone, and where and how. Her tone and where her hand was placed indicated she was interested in him. But everything else about their interaction had been academic in tone. Oh. Her expression. Her expression and where her hand was placed indicated she was interested in him, but everything else about their interaction had been academic in tone. Tibbs knew people could be interested in others for the power they had or represented, but he was confident Alistair had said he held little power in the guild. Maybe this was another thing Tibbs didn't understand about what people looked for in their special someone. He moved to remain out of sight as Alistair left, and had to decide between following him or getting his things and hurrying. Hurrying out of the city. He glanced at the case they'd looked at, and the woman smiled and nodded at him. He hurried back out of her sight, wondering how he'd been so careless as to forget she'd been there. Had she realized he'd been spying on them? He peeked around the display, and the woman was walking away. Confused at her lack of interest in him, he just rushing to hide like an Omega rogue, should have told her he hadn't been up to anything good. He returned to the shelves and took the next tome, but instead of seeing the words, he kept wondering what Alistair's being in the city meant for him. Would he be accompanied by adventurers when he returned, by one of those leaders? The excitement at having one of them within reach didn't last. Even if he killed them, it would change nothing. He needed to regain his strength, exceed it, because when he struck, he'd have to take down the entire guild at once. But his current question was if he should leave the city to ensure he wasn't discovered. What had Alistair been up to? He looked well, but that meant little. It didn't have to reflect how they felt. Tibbs had been harsh the last time they talked. He'd been angry. He'd seen his old teacher lack of action as a betrayal of the things he claimed to want. But after over 2 decades of life outside Craggle Rock, Tibbs understood it was possible to want something, to believe completely in how important it was, while not being able to accomplish much of it. Tibbs had been ignorant of so much back then that it had made him arrogant. Accepting he wouldn't be able to continue his research, Tibbs left the university with those questions bouncing in his head. The distracted state as he headed towards the house he rented a room in caused him to bump into more people than he usually allowed himself to, and come away with a copper each time, occasionally a silver. His fingers were leaving the latest pocket, already glancing at the silver between them, when the hand closed around his wrist and pulled him around. "I don't think so," the man said angrily, fist in the air. Tibbs was still getting over the surprise of being caught as the muscular man's expression went from anger to surprise. "Thibault?" And that concludes chapter 88 of Stepping Wild. If you are enjoying this, please leave a like. If you want to know when the next chapter will be up, subscribe and hit the bell. If you want to read this story, it is available for free on Royal Road. If you want to support me and read ahead of Royal Road, that is on Ream's story, I believe about 20 chapters ahead. And if you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. Links are in the notes, and with that, I shall wish you a good day. Battle station, everyone. Battle station. And we are off. Killing stuff. So the rogues go after the archers. And looks like we're done. We had Pinkalicious Ellie with us, Maystar, Suddenly Pepperus, Yikats. Thank you very much for the assist. And let's move on to the next battle, which is here. Alrighty, half an hour to see how this is going to turn out. And I need to take care of a thing or two. Oh. Okay. Alrighty. On two, I'll be right back. Alrighty, on to the next chapter. Confirming the microphone is on. Turning off desktop audio. Confirming I am on the correct screen. I have the correct image up. I am starting the recording, and I'll see you all on the other side. Welcome back to another Reading and Correcting with me, Kindar, the Tiger Writes, and Ty, the Tiger Supervisor. These are where I read a chapter from one of my stories and correct it as I go. If you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. Today we are doing chapter 89 of Stepping Wild. The earnestness in the name made Tibbs pause and not shove the man holding his wrist coin still between his fingers and fist in the air. Of the man. Fist in the air, holding his wrist. Coin still between his fingers. It gave him time to remember using that name, but not be certain when. Realized they were on a street with others passing them, and was happy no one was calling for the guard. They probably thought the man could deal with the thief himself. The man was slightly taller than Tibbs, blond hair, badly cut with a blade. The pale beard was a few weeks long, and the leathers had seen better days. The hole with the man's muscle gave him a thuggish look. And then he remembered where he'd been to bow and who the man was. Charlie? Charlie grinned, lowered his fist, and let go of Tibbs's wrist. In the flash, what are you doing here? What was he? What happened to taking over the master's organization and looking after your city? The man turns bashful. Turns out I'm no good at running something that big. Leaving was best for everyone. He grinned. But I got myself a team and He looked at the crowd, mostly ignoring them. We're messengers of a sort. So you're heading out. Tibbs rubbed his temple, surprised at how unsure he felt about encountering someone from the past. He hadn't thought about them. They no longer belong in his life, and he never returned to those places since they were behind him. I'm still lining up the next item. We're here until that's done. He brightened. Hey, since you're here too, why don't you meet them? We can share a drink. You're going to love them. I don't know. He rubbed his temple harder. Would this cause complication? It'll be fun. Charlie's face fell slightly. Unless you're heading to your team? Do they know? He motioned him up and down. I don't have a team. I'm not doing anything like that right now. The man smirked. So that silver in your finger is what? Habit. He offered the coin back. You did catch me. Charlie took it, which tells me you're distracted by something. A drink is the best thing for that. Before he realized it, he was walking along. Charlie was right. He could use a distraction. What name should I give my team when I introduce you? Thibault's fine. He hadn't bothered with a commoner identity. He could wander the city as the scholar he was. No one asked for names when he shopped. Oh, they were going to love that. The tavern was close enough to the dock. The ale smelled more of fish than the wheat that made it. Charlie led him to a table at the back where 4 people sat. He grabbed a chair from the unoccupied one next to theirs and added it. Gang, I want you to meet Thibault. He and I used to run together back home. The 4 looked at him critically, so critically it bordered on hostile. That's the Thibault you ran with? The red-haired woman smirked. Her skin was pale with freckles, the way people from the cold kingdoms often were, but she didn't have an accent. Her hair went down to her shoulder and looked better cared for than the others. Her green eyes had cunning in them. Don't let how he looks fools you. Charlie motioned to the barman before sitting. Thibault is a master at making people think he's someone else. He pulled off being a noble for one of the jobs we did. He motioned to the chair Tibbs still hadn't taken. Who are you this time? The woman to her left was a muscular as the woman to her left was muscular, where the redhead was thin with ferocity in her eyes. To her left, a man with skin much darker than Tibbs eyed him the way he'd seen butchers study a cow they've contemplated on buying to then bleed and cut. On the left of the chair Charlie had offered him, the man finishing up the man finished his appraisal and looked back to his tankard. He hesitated. 5. Charlie had made a team of 5. Hadn't he explained that was bad number for a team? He said. A scholar, Tibbs wouldn't be the one having to deal with things when they went wrong because of that. A booker? This is the guy you talked about? The one who helped you take down that thief group? Helped? Tibbs asked, smirking as the server placed a tankard on the table and left with the empties. Charlie grinned. I might have exaggerated my part in it. Tibbs raised the tankard to his lip. How about invented it entirely? It was decent. No fish taste at all. Anyway, that's Maroc. He pointed to the dark-skinned man. Muscle. Janine, also Muscle. Lydia, the brain of our little group. And Renard, the one who gets us into places. Aren't you being free with what you're telling him? Janine asked. Charlie shrugged. You know some of what we've got up to. It's not like he's going to go to the guards with how we get the stuff we move. What brought you to Gestistan? Tibbs asked before they could start on question about his history. He didn't feel like having to remember what he told Charlie and making stuff up to fill the time since leaving Brokentia. Someone wanted something delivered, Merrick answered in a flat tone, so we did that. Getting it first was sort of fun, Renard added, smirking in his tankard. You came here all the way from Brokentia? That's the city you're from, isn't it, Charlie? Charles? Lydia asked, and Charlie blushed. He brought me on in Carton. When he realized he'd agreed to move something he had no idea how to get. He learned the learned way she spoke contrasted with the worn and ragged clothing over her also worn leathers. It was on display for everyone to take, Charlie muttered. It should have been smash, grab, and outrun the guards. Should, Janine said, grinning. The glass didn't break, Charlie explained. Had to fight off the guard, barely made it out, took weeks to finally heal fully. And the owner hadn't let her guard down after all that time, Lydia said. He studied her, then Charlie. You found him. I figured someone dumb enough to try that and get away after failing would be good muscle to have at my side. Tibbs smirked. Dumb. He took another swallow. Look at him, Renard said, and tell me you think he can make plans. I can make them, Charlie protested. I just like them simple. She had a Cinta kind of plan, but without needing an entire theater to make it happen. We still barely made it out of the city with our skin, Renard said, hints of anger in his voice. I said we needed more people, Charlie offered in his defense. The important part is that we escaped with it, Lydia said. We delivered it to Hermiotes, Charlie continued, kept busy while looking for our next score, which Janine brought to us, earning a place among us. She shrugged. There's always rich folks watching us fight. Easy to listen to them. Heard merchants talk. Listened for which clients wanted something and was willing to pay a lot for it. Figured that'd be a good score for that team I'd heard about. It's always better if money goes in my purse than the merchants. What she didn't catch was that the client willing to pay for it was on the other side of the kingdom, Charlie said. Lydia worked out that part. Janine sipped her ale. And you tried to keep that from me. No, I didn't. I said I would courier your cut once we delivered it, Lydia countered. You don't look that trustworthy. She looked at Tibbs. I went with them. Was going to head on my own after that, but got used to the lot of them by the time we arrived. From there, Charlie said, Maroc got us the next job, which brought us here and him with it. And what a trip that was, Renard grumbled. Tibbs looked at Charlie. The item in question was wanted by half the kingdom, so we couldn't take the roads. He kept looking. Charlie chuckled. You've never traveled the wilderness. It wasn't fun. If Marek had known about the smuggler's trail, I don't think we'd have made it here. The group exchanged a look, made Tibbs think there was more to the story, but he didn't press. And you're waiting to find something, then you'll be leaving? You know of anything like that? Lydia asked eagerly. He shook his head. I'm not doing anything like that right now. He didn't believe it. She didn't believe him. He drained the tankard and stood. It was nice meeting you all. Charlie, I hope your travels are uneventful. He left before they responded. Charlie reached him before he walked past the first alley. Thibault, wait up. He turned to face the man. Why are you leaving now? You didn't tell us anything of what you've been up to. Like you, I traveled, but with caravans. Then come share stories. What do you want, Charlie? He sighed. Are you hoping I'll join your team? No, of course not. The hurried word made the light on them unnecessary. I thought you'd like to get to know them. They're a good team, Thibault. I believe you. He searched the man's face, looking for the angle. Yeah, but if you get to know them, you'll see how good they are. Tibbs waited, still unsure what this was about. I did good? Why would I think you didn't? I promised to protect my town, then left it behind. I got a team now, and we're pulling jobs, and we're doing well, and we like each other, and... He placed a hand on Charlie's arm to silence him before the desperation in the voice went from being hinted at to audible for everyone around them. Tibbs kept the confusion and amusement out of his reply. You don't need my approval, Charlie. I'm sure your city is going to be fine even without you there, and it's your team. You trust them, that's all that matters. It was Charlie's turn to search his face, and Tibbs wondered why. What was he looking for beyond his approval? Where are you staying? I have a room in a house by the Itchian market. What name are you using here? I'd rather not have to hope you'll pick my pocket for us to run into each other again. He hesitated. I'm not doing a job here. I just want to be able to find you if I want to share another ale. Talan the scholar, he finally said. Charlie would look until he found him, and Tibbs didn't need the distraction to get the man caught and break his team. Talan, Charlie smiled. Makes you seem like a simple man. I am simply a scholar, Charlie. The man laughed. I doubt you are simply anyone, Thibault. He turned. I'm glad you tried to steal from me. If I have time, I'll look you up and you can tell me what you actually been up to since leaving. He watched the man return to the tavern, then headed to his room, still puzzling over what Charlie wanted. And that concludes Chapter 89 of Stepping Wild. If you are enjoying this, please leave a like. If you want to know when the next chapter will be up, subscribe and hit the bell. If you want to read this story, it is available for free on Royal Road. If you want to support me and read ahead of that by about 20 chapters, that is on Ream Story. And if you are looking to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. The links are in the notes, and with that, I shall wish you a good day. All right. This one, yeah. 274 words, anecdote of the artistocracy. Congratulations, James. Sorry for missing it. Been a tad busy. And consider yourself hugged back. Battle station, everyone. Battle station. And well, that was quick. We are wait. Are there enemies on that side too? No, those are all. And looks like we're about to be done. There we go. All done. We have won. And we have Yekats, Suddenly Papyrus, Alpha Lima Gaming, Pinkalicious Ellie, and Widrin. Thank you for the assists. And let's start the next battle. All right, half an hour to see how this will turn out. Alrighty. And on to this morning's last chapter. I will confirm microphone is on, turning off desktop audio. I am confirming correct screen, correct image up. I am starting the recording, and I'll see you all on the other side. Welcome back to another reading and correcting with me, Kindar, the Tiger Writes, and Ty, the Tiger Supervisor. These are where I read a chapter from one of my stories and correct it as I go. If you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. And if you are looking to support me, that is on my Patreon. Today we are doing chapter 90 of Stepping Wild. The display room at the university didn't get many visitors. Tibbs hadn't bothered with it, or those in the previous ones, because they wouldn't tell him anything about what he was looking for. Those that had essence showed what was possible, but Tibbs still had no idea how to weave. Nothing came from his few attempts, not even hints as to how he could get them right. The few scraps about weaving he came across in his research were records of details the sorcerer had let slip as part of a discussion, but they lacked the context that might give them usable meaning. He looked at the unassuming spear under its glass box. But if the guild wanted this, shouldn't he research it? Find out if it was something, if it was something he could use against them, that they might use against him. The wooden shaft and metal spear were in good condition, most likely a result of the denser essence in it. The adornment were simple lines on the shaft and etched flame in the center of the spearhead, only the work of tools as far as he could sense. The wooden card under it had words in multiple languages providing details. The Corbin Spear, found in the kingdom of Jolis, at the ruins of an unidentified city believed to have been called Karsitar. He'd seen the kingdom's name as part of his reading, but couldn't recall details. The city was unknown to him as well. And he'd never come across a spear named after someone called Corbin, or even that name in relation to the guild. Shouldn't he have read about that in everything he researched on the guild if that was the name of the man who had created it? Quite the artifact, isn't it? The woman who'd positioned herself next to him said. He sensed her, but she didn't have an element. Until she spoke, he figured she was one of the few scholars studying the items here. Now, he knew she was who Alistair had spoken with. He had to figure out how to tell ordinary people apart by more than what they wore. A guard out of their armor could still pose a threat. He should be able to do it. As he told Carliac, no one's essence was exactly the same. It was simply so thin among common folk, it didn't feel worthwhile. It didn't feel worthwhile. It looks old, he said. She chuckled. It is. Older than most histories. He pointed to the card. Then how do you know what it's called? Research, of course. What do you study? She asked in a quizzical tone. Books. Her laughter was airy. Yes, as do most of us here. What is the subject of your research? The danger of the world. What he read supported that, if she bothered looking. That is an unusual area of research. I've never met anyone who investigated that specifically. He shrugged. And is that why you are interested in this item? It's a weapon, therefore dangerous. I overheard you and that man. It made me curious. She had noticed him watching, so he wasn't revealing anything. Curiosity is a good thing in a researcher. Tell me, Talon, where did you train? Thrustos University. A good place to learn. What brought you to this unusual field of study? Curiosity. She laughed again. You are indeed unusual. Most here will take every opportunity to speak of what interests them. The difficulty is often in getting them to stop. He shrugged. Still, I am curious. There are many fields that could interest a man such as you. Why choose one that won't change much about our understanding of the world? The snort was unbidden. That understanding they were so proud of seemed to lack in what mattered and wrong in so many places. But she wouldn't appreciate hearing that. And, as always, he had a ready story. My mother. He kept his eyes on the spear. People found it easier to believe stories when they had to pry them out of the person who'd lived it. He wondered if the flame in the head represented that it had been able to turn that essence. He wondered if the flame on the head represented that it had been able to turn that essence within into an attack. She had an interest in the wilderness, she prodded. It took her from me. He replied flatly. The rope holding the head in place had more wood essence than the shaft and had to account for it not being frayed. And that prompted you to understand how it could happen. He made his flat tone forced, someone controlling his reply. Nearly dying from it made me want to find out why anyone would make roads through it and make it easier for the wilderness to take people. The guard's laughter ran in his ear as he turned the act real as he swallowed the anger. The world is harsh, she said in a conciliatory tone. I'm glad you had people to help you and that you used that what happened to shape your desires to understand it. The anger that made him bat her hand away from his shoulder was unexpected. I fought my way to be admitted to the university alone, a thing to be on the a thing to those on the street that did notice him. I struggled alone, scrapping for the little he got, broken coppers vanishing in exchange for nowhere near enough food. I wasn't one of them, coins overflowing their pocket for anything they wanted. Pain, a constant companion, the only companion, surrounded by buildings that formed this prison. I earned my place here through work. Thrown into the dungeon, so many died, not through help. Finally, he got his anger under control and rubbed his temple in an attempt to push the rest down. She didn't react to what had to have been an offensive act. Talon was so far below her, she could have him expelled with a few words. I am still glad you took our ship and made something of it. Many join our institutions hoping to be spoken of, instead of seeking to help others through their understanding of the world. You told that man the spear was connected to his guild's creation. He didn't want to risk her asking more questions and reigniting his anger. How so? She joined him in looking. Little is known about the man who founded the Adventurers Guild. He is reputed to have been a great fighter, someone with an element and had an unbreakable will. He tamed kings and forced reason on them, forced them to stop fighting over dungeons, and made the organization to stand between the two. There were many attempts to remove him, to destroy what he built. But the guild is still here. Him? She laughed. No one lives so long, not even with an element. But it wasn't age that took him. The Battle of Thuros. So the stories claim. The dungeon unleashed creature on the city, on the city, and many adventurers defended it. They stopped it, but at great cost. The kings tried to remove the guild after that, but what he'd done inspired others to stand and to endure. Who was he? He couldn't contain the awe. Even if only a small part of the story was true, the man had accomplished something great. What would he think of what it had become? His name is lost to time. All that is left of his exploit, and some of the items reputed are. Oh no. All that is left are his exploit and some of the items reputed to have been his, like the Corbin spear. Is it special? It is enchanted. We had a sorcerer test it. What does it do? Even knowing there was a weave among that dense essence, he couldn't find it. Nothing anymore, according to him. The enchantment, the enchantments, no, degraded into the rest of what essence, into the rest of the essence that make the spear. Too little is left to understand it and remake it. The stories that survive ascribe so many magic to it that, if true, it could do anything. He stared at her and she chuckled. And that is a problem with many items from so long ago. All that survives of their exploits are the stories, and after so long, none of them are true anymore, even before the bards decide to use them to entertain the masses. Can't you use magic to find out? She looked at him quizzically. I read about adventurers with the void element. They can see events out of sequence. Wouldn't one of them be able to tell you what actually happened to it? That is odd knowledge to have come across in your research on the wilds. He chuckled. No one writes about how and why the wild is dangerous. It's all in notes scholars make in the margins of books they write about what actually interests them. I have to read everything in looking for what helps me. Some of it stays in my head. Someone must have tried it, as knowing such things are vital to our understanding. But my role in regards to these items is seeing to their preservations, to ensure no further damage is done, so that who so that those who must study them can do so, or so you can give them away in exchange for favors, he said in a neutral tone. Field research is dangerous. I expect that that is how many of those margin notes ends up there. Having an organization like the Adventurers Guild look at us favorably helps ensure our researchers survive those dangers to make those notes. If the spear's enchantment no longer worked and couldn't be remade, it was nothing more than a spear. Well, of course, someone could be lying. She wasn't. But the sorcerer they paid was connected to the guild. She wouldn't know if they lied, and they might have known the university would return the spear to the guild if there was nothing special about it. Ifs and could haves. Insanity waited those who traveled too deeply into that forest. What mattered to him was if he believed depriving the guild of the spear would hurt them enough to make the risk worthwhile. It didn't. The only people affected would be those who cared for its history. Thank you for answering my questions. I need to return to my reading. Of course, sharing knowledge is part of why we are here. Only for those who have the money. How about a drink? Charlie asked, falling into step with Tibbs. I'll pay for the ale. He patted his pocket and smiled in satisfaction. The men wore better clothing this time, nothing ostentatious, but close enough that what Tibbs wore didn't attract attention. If I agree, well, this will be the last time. Why would it be? Me and my team will be here a while. We're still working on lining up a job. Because I don't linger on the people from my past. I look forward. Isn't that lonely? He shrugged. Loneliness was preferable to the pain of losing people. Charlie watched him. Okay. We shared this drink and I go away. They stepped into the next tavern they encountered and Charlie got them tankards. What have you been up to? The man asked, sitting as he placed Tibbs before him. It's just the two of us, Thibault. You don't have to lie. I traveled. Don't think you do traveling. You go places with a goal. You do what you planned, then you move on to the next place. I don't know why you spend so much time in the library, but everything you did was to help make that job happen or pay us. I like to read. Charlie snorted. Heard this song while we were holed up in the Traveler's Inn, waiting for a storm to pass. It's about this guy, the Green Drifter. Went around talking the nobles into giving their money to those in need. Was quite a success until they trapped him in his hideout and burnt it down with him in it. Sounds a lot like what you did back home. It's the Green Drifter, he said in disgust. And there was no talking involved. They're always changing what happened. Charlie was already certain it was him, and it had been a few years before, so there was no point in lying. And they didn't trap me. The nobles don't bother with thieves themselves. They pay guards and adventurers. There was no plan to burn the house. It wasn't my lair, just the one I'd prepared. And I made it happen because I'd done everything I'd set to do and was ready to leave. So, all those stories bards sing about, all those flamboyant thieves through their years, they were you? Tibbs rolled his eyes. Do I look that old? Charlie chuckled. They inspired you. Not just me. Well, not as prevalent. Those kind of songs could be traced to centuries before Tibbs borrowed the idea. They're always singing about that kind of stuff. I figured I'd make it easy on them, and they still change how it happened. Making stuff up is what they do. Then they should stop claiming they're singing the truth. How many people only have bards to go on as to what exists in the rest of the world? Charlie smiled. You can always correct the next one to sing the wrong version. How? How would I know it's wrong? He asked, offended. Then you should stop caring what people believe. That kind of thinking was why people thought the Adventurers Guild was there to protect them, that it knew better than everyone. They drank in silence. What happened to you, Thibault? What made you so driven to read? I told you, my mother was taken from me. I had to survive. That explains the thievery, not the reading. Scholars read, sorcerers read, even nobles don't read the way you do. What are you looking for? Nothing. Charlie watched him. Whatever it is, he seemed to work up his courage. I'd like to help. Tim shook his head. You have a team. He wasn't dragging anyone with him. He wouldn't be responsible for the guild killing those around him. Thibault, they don't. I hope the job goes well. He stood and walked away, leaving the past behind. Again. There's going to be a comma here. And that concludes chapter 90 of Stepping Wild. If you are enjoying this, please leave a like. If you want to know when the next chapter will be up, subscribe and hit the bell. If you want to read this story, it is available for free on Royal Road. If you want to read ahead of that, buy about 20 chapters and support me in the process that is on Ream Story. If you are looking to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. Links are in the notes, and with that, I shall wish you a good day. Oh, right, because that's not the one I meant. This is the one I meant. Atoll Station, everyone. Battle Station. Alrighty. So let's see what happens. We are going against two of the bosses. We've got one. A lot of range. And I think we are paying for it. Got a tank going down. No, that's a rogue. And we may not win this. Alrighty, and we have Southern Papyrus, Rose Gaming Diva, and Alpha Lima Gaming. Alrighty, and on to the next battle. Alright, half an hour to see how this turns out. Okay, so these are done. We can do that. August 1st. Hello, James. Well, thank you very much. I hope you have good writing during that time. And other than the mistakes I'm also most certainly did, I'm actually up to date. I managed to schedule everything that needed to be scheduled. And it is time for me to take lunch. I will do my best to return within 20 or so minutes to run the battle. If I cannot, I will run it when I get back from lunch in about an hour. Battle station, everyone. Battle station. And alrighty, we have a bunch of land to take care of, and we are split around 2 groups. Alright, there we go. We should be able to take care of that. There we go. We have one. And we have Southern Pepperless. Papa. Yikats. Thank you for the assists. And let's move on to another battle. You know what? Let's go. Alrighty, half an hour to see how this will turn out. And this afternoon, it is chapter 7 of The Tourists. I need to go back to... Before Kindar went on break, 144 words. The anecdotes of the artistocracy. Congratulations, James. Alrighty, this is a Tristan chatter. While Kindar was away, 208 words. The anecdotes of the artistocracy. Congratulations, James. You are welcome. Consider yourself hugged back twice. Battle station. Everyone, battle station. Okay, I was not expecting you guys to. Oh, alrighty, we are. Ah. And we are done. It was Southern Papyrus, Congo Red, and I. And we are done. We have won. Thank you for the help. And we move on to another battle. Alrighty, half an hour to see how this turns out. Atoll Station number 1. Battle Station. Alrighty, so we are going with that. We also have incoming in that direction. Looks like we don't have anybody dealing with the range. Or dealing with these range. It'll be interesting to see. And we're done. We have one. And it was just me and Sudden Papyrus. Thank you very much for the assistance. And on to another battle. You know what? We're gonna set ourselves here. Alrighty. Half an hour to see how this will turn out. Enjoy the lurk, James. Enjoy the food. Battle Station. One Battle Station. Alrighty, and we are moving around. So these are our roads. It was my road over there. Do we have anything else? Nope, we're done. We've won. And we had Scruffle TV, Southern Papyrus, and The Lady Writes. Thank you very much for the assists. And, yep, another battle. I'm going to be it'll be interesting to see what method they use. Like, will we be ranking our units up or doing other things? Like, how will we grow in power? Alrighty, so half an hour to see how this will turn out. Hey, Cool Imp, welcome to the stream. How are you doing today? Right, I need this. Doing all right. Very cool. What have you been up to? You have a project where the prologue is headlines showing the difference between our world and the alternate timeline. Ah, cool. Good luck with that. The world building that I make public will be done sort of like that in headlines and articles. Ethan Brother claimed to find dragon egg in dragon are real action. Right brother fly the dragon. Very cool. Yeah. Very cool. I was thinking of doing all the articles, the full articles as newspaper. Even had one set up and got mixed reviews on the ease of reading. But granted, it was a 1860 some 1860s newspaper, so it was, the printing quality wasn't great. But in the end, I decided to just have the headline, and that's going to link to a normal text written article. And I will leave to the reader to make believe that they're reading an article from, in one of those old journals. Yours covers 1970s. It means to show dragon pushed us into... Cool. Yeah, my timeline, which is what I'm working on now that I've done the work for the tourist, only really starts being different in the 1900s. But one of the things that I want, and this is a conscious decision I'm making, is that I don't want my world to be so different from ours. Like, I want the parallels. Like their science will be 20 years ahead of us. By the time today hits, electric cars are going to be the only car in existence. And actually, I'm probably going to tweak things so that the electric car gains prevalence instead of combustion engine. Very anti-racist, sexist. Yeah, no, my world is still on that level. My world is still very much like ours. People are still very much people. So, yeah. But yeah, World War II ended a few years early because parahumans got involved. I mean, there'll probably be parahumans in World War One, but nothing significant. Oil is still needed. Moving part required. However, Magitech, more of an energy source than tech itself, powers the world. Cool. Now, this is going to be an electric world. Lubrication is still needed, which probably means that's where oil will come into play. But pollution levels will be lower. Huh. You know, I hadn't considered that. Yeah, pollution levels are going to be lower. This world might actually bypass greenhouse effect. Although, huh. Um, 28% of greenhouse gas emissions. So, going electric might not. Does power production. Because the world is also going to be very much solar, wind. So we're looking at 20%. No, 40%. So I'm looking at 60% if I remove cars and energy production from the greenhouse buildup. So yeah, I think this world will not have dealt with greenhouse effect. Well, yeah, but the greenhouse effect itself, climate change, is highly, from what I'm reading, you know, cars, transportation and energy production are two of the big contributors. Something, above 50%, which means that if I remove those from the equation, I am lowering the effect of climate change a lot. And I think I'm just going to arbitrarily decide that that level that is enough, that it's not something that will make the news for them. It's still going to be in its infancy, as as of a today date, instead of being well advanced. So the Thursday you have Thursday, not this Thursday. Let me double check. This Thursday is Mango. What the hell? That's reject. Okay, why am I not finding you? It's like a week and a half ago is when you claimed it. Before that, it was 3 months. So March 27th, you had one. Because for some reason, I don't have you on the, as any time, like I don't have you on my schedule at all, Cool Imp. I mean, I do have the. When's the last time I did a read and correct for you, Cool Imp? A couple of months ago. Okay. Because at this point, like as I said, for some reason I don't have you on my schedule. The next opening I have is on the 24th of July. Would that work? Okay. Alrighty. It is on the schedule. I have no idea how that happened. James, you're thinking to save your words for Sable. Okay. Battle station. Everyone, battle station. And we are off. And this looks like it's going to be done fairly quickly. There we go, we've won, and Southern Papyrus was the only one helping us. Thank you very much. Alrighty, and for the last battle of the day, I think we're going to go a little more difficult. Oh, we do have 45. There we go. Half an hour to see how that's going to turn out. I now have to look at batteries. Oh, 1885. Oh, wait a minute. I've passed 1865. Okay, I need to double check something. This is 1865, right? Ah, did not leave it there. Okay. Yeah, 1865. That means anytime after that date, I can play with the evolution of science. I mean, technically I can do this before, but okay. Oh, does that... Oh, wait, no, it's at 65. So that is... that goes over here. Which means that, yeah. Yep, I can bump things ahead a little, bump things down a little bit. Oh, that is nice. So that's going to become 95. That's going to become 97. Hey, Akla! Welcome to the stream. How are you doing today? Mostly lurked? Cool. Doing fine. I'm glad to hear that. Fixed your Twitch problem by lunchtime. Oh, very cool. Glad you managed to find a solution. I am doing well. Did my reading correct this morning. Doing that in conjunction with running Riftopia is showing me that I kind of forgot how to manage the two in the 4 or so months since Stream Raider ended, because oh, did I feel rushed the entire time this morning. Did manage to get it all done and up and scheduled on the sites. Wrote a chapter for The Tourist this afternoon. It was very short, so I decided to get back into the world building for Harker. Focusing on transportation, on cars. Because the world of Harker, when today hits, will be full electric. And it also means that as part of some of the decisions I've made, as in science is, pushing ahead much faster. Well, not necessarily much faster, but it is pushing ahead. The world of Harker will be a lot more green than ours. Holy cow. Holy cow. 1881 is the time frame for the early solar panel stuff. That puts it in my, oh man. Huh. Actually, wait, no, no, actually this is Wikipedia. Okay, it's a little more reliable than AI. Yeah, yeah, but the thing is, with Google's habit of putting an AI quote at the top, I keep sometimes forgetting that whatever's at the top may or may not be AI. So this time around, it was just a quote from Wikipedia and not AI. Um, that's 39. Yeah, ask question, then go search for yourself. Well, yeah, like I almost always ignore AI. Like I don't actually go to AI sites. It's just that now Google, when you put something in the search bar, has a habit of giving you an AI answer as the top one. So I need to keep reminding myself to go look deeper. I'll be right back. Wait, what? Ugh. Yeah. Wind power, wind power. And that was safe for pregnant women to smoke cockroaches? I don't know. I don't know if cockroaches are safe to smoke for anyone. Oh, to just that it was safe for pregnant women to smoke. Yeah, no. Definitely not. Hey, Beatrice! Welcome to the stream. Thank you very much for the raid. How are you doing today? What have you been doing? You're going to lie down? All right. Well, rest well. I hope your headache goes away. Thank you very much. I've had a really pretty good day today. Huh. Okay. Okay. Pie. Nuclear meltdown. Nuclear meltdown. Okay, let's call that. Let's ask for history of. Because I think I'm going to use that. Okay, so that's not what I'm looking for. Okay, historical. Okay, so that was there. Okay. Ah, there we go. You have a question about the Soviet parahuman? Shoot. Um, 1945. I don't think they'd had. I don't think they'd be. Okay, let me. 1940s. Camera. Video camera. Recording video. Film. That would be film at that point. Uh, I don't think they'd have a camera that they can carry. They might have photographs. Well, the thing is that it's a question of volume, of size. How big are the cameras? Because, it's good to say yes, it existed, but what is the size of a camera? Because this is one person who, what we know, what is documented on Earth is that they can fly. And they cannot carry an excessive amount of weight. Like this the thing to remember, the thing to keep in mind is that's actually a hoax. They never actually make it. Now, in world, one side claim it's true, the other one claim it's a hoax. There is evidence and counter evidence back and forth. But my big question to me is, would they have a camera? Like, could they have carried a camera? And actually, I'm doing a very, very quick look. It looks like camera would be handheld at that point. At first, I was thinking video cameras, and that would be too big, or film camera, but but they could be actual handheld cameras. So yeah, there are pictures of of the moon, and basically they would be selfies because he's alone there. So yeah, there are pictures of it. Okay, we're doing the rocks would be considered proof. With rocks and photographs as proof. By the way, Akla, I believe you're in my Discord. Yeah, I mean, I am, like, I'm there. The Harker Project is on my Discord, Akla. So, if you want to, like, this is not all there yet because I'm still working on it, but there is stuff there. Like, if you want to comment and stuff like that, that's why things are there. Proof. Well, but the thing is, like, did you comment on it, or is that in your head? Okay, well, if it's in your head, I can't do anything about it, Akla. Battle station, everyone. Battle station. All right, let's see how this is going to go. This is a moderate difficulty battle. I think they've got it as hard in the setting. And yeah, let's. We are doing not too badly. The boss will probably be the problem. I can't see their bar. That's kind of the problem. I can't see how well they are doing. Oh, am I alone? Am I the only one? No, actually, okay. Yeah, I might be in trouble. Oh, no, actually, no, it might be good. Yep, we got it. Oh, my first hard battle won. And we've got Ferrofluid Druid, Sudden Pepperus, who's been with us all day. Godiki Rosa and the Lady Lights. So thank you very much, everyone, for the assistance today. And that closes the battling for today. Tomorrow morning, 7:30 a.m. placement will start. So I hope to see you then. More losses than win. I mean, it depends. Like on the standard difficulty, it's fairly easy. I'm on the standard difficulty. I win almost all the time. It's just that for the last battle, I went difficult. You're going to be my marketing advisor? Please do. Please do. Here's the thing. Without outside assistance, I configure things for my ease. So my books are things I never look at and nobody interacts with. So I've got, they're going lower because right now Harker is what I'm interacting with. I've got Dungeon Runner, I've got a Heart's Life below that because those are my current active project. So, for me, I'm not somebody who knows that kind of stuff. So I arrange things for my ease. Even when I try to set stuff up with other people in mind, it's not like I know what I'm doing. If an astro cosmonaut died all the time? What do you mean? So I have this conception that the deaths were those big event challenge for the other one. We have more casualties than 1 or 2 accidents. Okay. More than 188 people have died in space flight related accident. Over how many years, though? And no, and it's not to say that, you know, people shouldn't have died. Like, yeah, I understand that a lot of people died. You know, advancement in science is not a safe thing. I mean, if we say start of space flight, we're looking at 1960s. Possibly a little sooner if we include the evolution to that. How the hell do I still have power? Oh, that's neat. I did not know that. All right, well, it looks like I'm going to have to give up placing units because they're making it too confusing. Okay, that is cool. I will definitely have to work on, you know, work with that. Cool. Thank you very much, Akla. Alrighty, and with that, I am going to bring the stream to an end. A world that's more green sure sounds interesting. Yeah, so long as you don't pay attention to the fact that the price for that is all the supers running around blowing stuff up. You had an idea for superhero universe? Cool. Alrighty. Thank you very much, everyone. Wild Cards and Game of Thrones are darker. Ah, Wildcard is an interesting universe, but having reread it, having reread the first two books, I'm realizing I'm no longer the person for that. The greatest Superman, it was pretty corrupt. Alrighty, well, thank you very much, everyone, for dropping by, keeping me company. I will be back tomorrow morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time. I will be working on Stepping Wild, and in the afternoon, The Technicians Fight. I hope to see you then. If I do not, I hope you have a good weekend, a good week when it arrives, and I'll see you when I see you.